Hmm. Mm-hmm. What else do we need here? Thanks, bone metal. More dragon manure. Here. shall there be. course. No. Will he? With some compost? Oh. Nature. Wind, breeze. But yeah. Garden. Yes. Good. Big nightshade.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Henya.
Well. Isn't it Stinky Mochi right here?
I think you're the stinky one with how much you're sweating. I see you're having a fun time on what's the game name? Mega Mind?
Man.
Oh, Mega Mind.
Man. Yeah.
I heard it's an
Mochi?
easy game.
Oh yeah, you should try it.
Oh, did
Even
you?
baby can beat it. You should try it, Dayo. Yeah, try it right now.
Oh, did you finish it?
I'm almost. Like, I'm so close to finishing it.
Is that why you said even a baby can finish it? You're a baby?
No. I mean, anyway, ready for the collab now. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I have been screaming for like straight 5 hours or something, so my brain is like...
It's okay. I need to win this. I'm gonna win, by the way. If I win, do I get to be Michi the Genius?
Shh. Okay, what if I win?
You get to give me your Twitch account.
Wait, what do you mean?
If I win, you give me your credit card and the details in the back. If you win, I get to get your credit card and the 3 digits in the back and the expiration date.
Was it you who stole the Socho's X account? Was it you?
You need to change your banner, by the way. What's up with that?
Oh, that one is like my management was telling me I don't need to because I wasn't joining.
Which one's your
Yeah,
management?
yeah.
I just need to talk to them, you know? I think your management's wrong. I think they're wrong,
luck.
Henya. You shouldn't
Good
listen.
luck, Dayo.
Thanks,
Aw.
Good luck, Dayo. Mama Nechan is scary, Dayo.
Oh,
good luck with that.
Oh, never mind then. My Mane-san hates me.
Why?
I don't know. He's so mean to me for no reason, Henya.
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
Okay.
Stop being dramatic, Dayo. Stop being a whiny little bitch, Dayo.
Just add me on stage, but whatever. Just add me. You're the genius.
Now it's working. Wait, hold on, Mochi. I don't see your model.
Thanks.
Oh, my
Corn
model
Cat,
is
for
really
the 11
big,
resub.
so it takes a while.
Oh, okay, got it. Nice.
It's like
I'll be
3
waiting.
years. Got them.
3 years? Wow.
We set it up, so then we're like here. How do I size this properly?
Mochi, I have a question.
Yes!
What is this emote style? What is this emote style? Nah.
I'm so hentais, I'm so sorry for my chat there.
Nah.
申し訳ございません。私のチャット本当に変だか
But
ら。
you're the one who prepared the emotes. Of course you're gonna use it if you prepare it.
I don't prepare it. My mods
You're
do.
the one who decided to have this style. You're the owner of this channel.
My mods have access to my 7TV emote, so they just add stuff on 7TV sometimes. But the
that's
other
not
one,
7TV. Yeah.
the other one,
Uh-huh.
that's me on my computer. I'm typing angrily on my computer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're just seeing it wrong. They're crazy, Henya. They're crazy.
Listen, Mochi. I've been playing the Mega Man for 5 hours. I'm enough with the bullshit today, Dale. Please.
I've played these games before.
Please.
I swear, I think you're crazy.
Please. I had enough today. Please, Dale. Give me a break, Dale.
Respect your elderly. Henya the genius.
Grandma, we gotta play another game. Wake up, Dale.
Oh, kids and their stamina nowadays. I remember when I was that full of energy 50 years ago.
50 years ago.
We used to use the car and watch movies in the car pot.
Yeah? Oh, the one that like a cyberpunk?
Wait,
Eh?
do you know what a drive-in is?
Yeah, I played it on Cyberpunk. Wait, isn't it the theater thing that you watch for movie? Yeah, I watched it on the Cyberpunk. Eh? What? Well,
It's okay, guys. Can we get a high five? Any high five? It's okay, guys.
wait, what is it? What is it?
Do you think it's a real thing? Like not in Cyberpunk, like in real life?
I never seen it, so I don't know.
Yeah, it is the thing from Cyberpunk.
Wait, it is right when the like a Johnny Silverhand and the other lady had it in the movie.
Yeah.
Car movie theater, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a dystopian reality. It's not real.
Ah, I knew it. It's a game thing. Why are you crying?
It's just, you know, the scene really hit me hard.
Is it? Is it though?
But that is a real thing. It's an old thing though. Back then, like if you want to watch movies, instead of cinemas, you go to like a big thing. There's a projector and you watch it in your car.
Wait, so you're telling me it used to be they didn't have a theater?
Theaters were different as well back in the day, right? So it's not as common and it's expensive. Yeah, they had both. Yeah, they had both, but the cinema is not as accessible because it's not everywhere, you know?
Oh, wait, but what is it called?
It's called a drive-in. So it's kind of a cinema, but you bring your own seats, and your seat is your car.
Wait, that's kind of strange.
Yeah, well, back then it's for convenience. You know, everyone had a car, but not everyone could have access to cinemas.
Have you been there?
Yeah, back then when I was younger, but not a car. We sit on the ground, or you can sit on like more bikes. That's a thing also sometimes here. They do it on speakers in empty lots.
Oh, wait, this is fun.
It's not. It's hot. It's smelly. It's annoying. You barely can see anything. So it's not. No one really goes there to watch movies, to be honest.
Wait, then what are the people going for?
Either you hang out with your friends or you have sex with people in a car.
Wait, what? Why would they do that in the car?
Because no one's paying attention to you.
What the fuck? They can do that kind of stuff in their house. Why would they even go there?
Well, because they don't have a house, I think. Don't ask me. I know. I don't have a car.
But you're the one who started it.
I know people have sex in the cars, but I never did because I never had a car. And the second problem is I never had the people to have sex with, so I sit on the grass.
Wait, have you ever drove the car before?
I can't drive.
I can!
What? You have a driver license?
I do! I did, and I crashed 2 cars, but that was my car, so it doesn't count.
Okay, listen. I can't drive, but I never crashed.
That's because you never drove before. You never drive the car before.
Yeah, I don't drive for the safety of the public.
Me too. Not anymore. I thought it's maybe not for me.
Have we played the Mario Party together?
I mean, wait, together? I don't think. Have we? We played a Pumo Party together, right?
Did we?
Didn't
oh
we?
yeah, we did. That was when I just joined.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We haven't played Mario Party.
Mario Kart Party could be.
We can invite Zen to Mario Party.
Yeah, but then Zen's gonna win it. I'm telling you.
No, listen, okay. Zen has never won until.
Wait, really?
Yeah, if we work together against Centrea, she'll never win. And then.
In that case, we should invite Haru as well because she's the only one who can defeat Zen in the Mario Party.
Me, you, Haru, and Zen.
Yeah. Alright, next collab. Set dial. Wait, before you go, can I take a picture with you?
Hey! Yeah, I wanted to too. Okay, hold on. From my end, I'm just gonna make us really friggin' big. Oh my god, I can pin you on my body.
Wait, you can do that?
Yeah, I can! I can pin you and then I can move you around.
Stop!
So cool. Okay. Picture time! How do you take a picture on OBS? I know that's a thing.
I'm just taking a picture from like the thing VTube Studio.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're so smart.
Yeah, cause I'm Henya's a genius, style.
Oh my. Actually, Henya the genius, you only won against Wii Sports. But when it came to the thinking game, where it needed brains, I want you to know that I won.
I hate to break it to you, but like, it was a kind of good game. It was like, you were 4 and 3. But on the Switch Sports, I was like 9 and you were 1. So in a total, I still won, I guess.
You know, if you think about it, maybe you're not a genius. Maybe you're just really buff.
No, I'm genius and I'm buff, and you're not.
No way, just said I am a genius and I'm buff and you're not. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I had a lot of fun though when I won.
Me too.
I hated when I lost. That sucked.
I enjoy every part of it. It was fun.
You just like spending time with me?
Yeah, of course.
So you are going to pick me up?
Alright, thank you so much for today. Bye bye.
Ghost.
Imagine being lit on fire during your own surgery. Or how about being declared dead by a doctor when you're still alive? Look, everyone makes mistakes. That's only human. But it's a lot easier to accept, say, a restaurant screwing up a pizza order than a surgeon removing the wrong limb, or a nurse injecting a patient with soup. Yeah, soup. Let's take a look at some of the worst mistakes that have ever occurred in hospitals, so perhaps you can try to avoid some of the obscure issues in our healthcare system. Huge thanks to Grammarly for sponsoring this video. In 2012, Enrique Ruiz went into a New York City hospital to get a breathing tube inserted, a routine procedure called a tracheotomy. He'd been using a temporary tube for a lung condition and needed it replaced. But as he lay unconscious on the operating table, he caught on fire! The source of that inferno was an electric scalpel known as an electrocautery tool that the doctor was using to cut. It began sparking and ignited his oxygen tank. He was fortunate, however, to escape his traumatizing procedure with only second-degree burns. Are there other recorded cases of surgeries ending in flames? Unfortunately, yeah. Over a 20-year period from 2000 to 2020, 565 surgical fires were reported to the FDA. Most happened because the environments were present with more than normal levels of oxygen. In 2009, a German man named Dirk went in for a routine prostate cancer surgery. It was supposed to be a run-of-the-mill procedure, but afterwards he started having intense pain, fatigue, fevers, and his wounds wouldn't heal properly. But his doctors told him not to worry, it was all part of his recovery. But a couple of weeks later, a home health aide noticed something that definitely wasn't normal. A gauze pad was coming out of Dirk's stitches, and that was just the tip of the not-so-normal iceberg. Scans revealed that 16 items had been left inside his body during the surgery. Swabs, a roll of bandage, a part of a surgical mask, needles, and other medical tools. What in the world happened during this surgery? Did the anesthesiologist mistakenly put the surgical team to sleep? I don't mean to laugh, but this is extreme. It took 2 more operations to get all the objects out, but fortunately he did survive the procedure. Objects being left inside patients is one of the most common never events, or a mistake that should never have happened in the first place, and surgical sponges are usually the most common item left behind. But usually we're talking about 1 object, not 16. And we actually do a count before and after, sometimes even having a flow chart of every object that went into the surgical field and returned. In 2012, an 88-year-old Brazilian woman named Ilda died 12 hours after being injected with soup. She was in the hospital because of a stroke that left her partially paralyzed. The soup was supposed to go into her feeding tube, but a nurse accidentally put it into an IV in her right arm instead. Ilda's daughter saw it all go down and said that her mother started to squirm and stick out her tongue as soon as the soup entered her vein. Death caused by an incorrectly used medical device is another type of never event, and so is death associated with a medication error. Terrible that both happened in this case. While the hospital admitted to the mistake happening, they argued it wasn't lethal, but Ilda's official cause of death was listed as a pulmonary embolism. This actually supports the claim that the soup injection killed her, given that injecting non-sterile and large particles of soup can lead to clot formation, especially in smaller blood vessels in the lungs. One night in 2014, Michael Cleveland went into cardiac arrest while he was grocery shopping. He was rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead an hour later. When his wife Tammy viewed his body the next day, he seemed less dead than she was expecting. Tammy claimed he was following her with his eyes, moving his legs a little, and that he tried to hug her. He kept showing signs of life over the next few hours, she said, so Tammy asked the doctor to check if her husband was really dead. She claimed the doctor basically ignored her request. He didn't perform any kind of exam or even touch his body. The doctor said Michael was still moving because he had a lot of life to expel out of his body. When a coroner came to take Michael's body away, he instantly called for a nurse because dead people don't move. The doctor examined him and surprise, surprise, found a pulse. Michael was still alive. He was transferred to another hospital where doctors tried to open a blocked artery to save his life. Unfortunately, he died the next day, for real this time. In a negligence lawsuit brought against the doctors who prematurely declared him dead, his family argued that he could have lived if he'd undergone heart surgery a few hours sooner. The hospital argued that he would have died anyway and the delayed treatment didn't make a difference. A judge also ruled that Tammy's emotional stress couldn't be measured because she didn't seek therapy after the incident. You know, sometimes I can't tell whether our healthcare system or legal system is more messed up. In 2021, a surgeon in Austria amputated a patient's right leg. The operation went off without a hitch, except for the fact that while they may have operated on the right leg, it was not the correct leg. They were supposed to amputate the left one. He ultimately wound up getting both amputated. The limb mix-up happened because the surgeon had marked the wrong leg for amputation before operating. In court, the surgeon actually said she didn't know why she'd done it and described the error as a flaw in the chain of command in the operating theater. The surgeon was slapped with a fine and got moved to a different clinic. Sadly, the patient died for an unrelated reason before a court decision was ruled, so their widow was awarded only about $5,000 in damages. While amputation errors are rare, they do happen every now and then. Actually, back in 1995, a US doctor discovered in the middle of a surgery that he was amputating the wrong foot of a diabetic patient. But he had to keep going because he already cut through muscles, tendons, and ligaments. A nurse pointed out the mistake after rereading the patient's medical records, but it was too late. That's why we have pre-surgical checklists that the patient needs to be awake for, the nurse needs to be present for, and the doctor, so everyone can get on the same page. Back to the mistakes in just a second, but first I want to tell you how I avoid mistakes thanks to Grammarly, an AI writing partner that works seamlessly with your everyday apps and helps professionals write better and faster so they can get their work done. I send so many emails to my team, and Grammarly comes in handy, making the process so efficient. One feature I love is called Quick Fix that actually comes with the free version of Grammarly. It polishes my writing as I go, helping me stay in the flow. With the press of a single button, I can accept the suggestions all at once, so clutch. Grammarly Pro comes with even more features too, like sidebars, which give me a one-click paragraph level rewrites, and if there are some words I don't like, I just click them away, which keeps my writing personalized and tailored to my writing style. 96% of Grammarly users report Grammarly helps them craft more impactful writing, so sign up for Grammarly free and upgrade to Pro if you want to take your productivity to the next level. And now that you know how to avoid mistakes with your writing, let's see how we can avoid mistakes with our healthcare. Strap in because this one is nightmare fuel. In 2007, Erin Cook went under general anesthesia for surgery to remove an ovarian tumor. About halfway through her 3-hour operation, she suddenly woke up in excruciating pain. She could feel the surgeon cutting into her. Although she was fully conscious, her muscles were still paralyzed from the anesthesia, so she couldn't move or speak. That meant she could feel everything, and yet there was nothing she could do about it. Over and over, as she later explained in an interview, Erin tried to move her finger to spell out the word help. It didn't work. Then she tried to stop breathing temporarily because she thought that might trigger an alarm. and someone would realize she was awake. Nope, the doctors were behaving like everything was normal. As it turns out, the doctors hadn't noticed a leak in a device called a vaporizer that turns liquid anesthesia into gas and delivers it to patients in a controlled, steady dose. Erin received only 5% of the total amount of anesthesia needed to keep her sedated throughout the entire operation. But she got all of the paralyzing chemical given alongside the anesthesia to keep her body still. The traumatic experience took a psychological toll on poor Erin, who couldn't sleep for more than 15 minutes at a time for the next 2 months. The following time she had to get a surgery, she asked for local anesthesia, not general, so that she'd be awake and could communicate if anything went wrong. Joseph Dudley showed up to an Iowa urgent care center in 2017 with disorientation, a fever of 103, an abnormally high heart rate, and rapid breathing. Even though he tested negative for the flu, a physician assistant diagnosed him with it anyway and sent him home with Tamiflu. He was so dizzy he had to leave the clinic in a wheelchair. A few days later, Joe still wasn't feeling any better. He went to the ER where he was accurately diagnosed with bacterial meningitis, a life-threatening infection of the membranes covering the brain and spinal cord. He was admitted to the ICU and placed in a medically induced coma to minimize damage. But he had already suffered 3 strokes, which caused permanent hearing loss in one ear, brain, and nerve damage. He sued the urgent care center and was awarded $27 million. In 1985, a newspaper photographer named Bob East went in for a surgery to remove a cancerous eye, which was planned on being used for research. Toward the end of his 8-hour operation, a doctor accidentally took a vial of formaldehyde-like solution, which was supposed to be used to preserve his eye after it was removed, and injected it into his spine. He was then quickly declared brain dead. The problem started when the vial of formaldehyde-like solution was brought into the OR by an ophthalmology resident without it first being labeled. Then a communication mix-up resulted in a nurse mislabeling that vial as CSF, or cerebrospinal fluid, which was removed but was supposed to go back into Bob's spine. However, thanks to yet another communication mishap, both a vial of the real CSF and the preserving solution were both injected into the spine. His blood pressure instantly plummeted and his pulse slowed down. Life-saving measures were administered to try and help him breathe, but they didn't work. No one on their surgical team actually understood what was even going on. It was only until about an hour later that the ophthalmology resident who'd brought in that lethal vial of the solution came back and asked where it was. The surgical team quickly realized their mistake and accepted full blame for the accident. Speaking of amputations, a bus driver in India had to get his leg amputated in 2018 after losing it in an accident. When his family came to see him in the hospital, they found him lying on a stretcher on top of his own leg. His amputated limb was being used as a pillow to prop up his head. His family members asked the doctors to go get a normal pillow, but no one did. Eventually, one relative went out themselves and bought a pillow for the poor guy before his family transferred him to a different private hospital. Oddly enough, the doctors and nurses involved in the decision defended it, saying they used the severed leg in order to give him immediate medical care. So did they get a gold star for their quick thinking? Not quite. They were suspended from work, and rightfully so. In 2017, a 17-year-old boy broke his leg playing indoor soccer in Minnesota. He went to the hospital and got surgery the same night. The next day, however, he reported severe pain, numbness, and burning in the lower part of his leg. Despite that, he was sent home anyway. After 6 days, he was still in excruciating pain, so he went back to the hospital and got a second operation. A different surgeon performed it and diagnosed him with acute compartment syndrome. It's a serious condition where pressure is building up inside a muscle, leading to tissue damage. In the lower portion of his legs, the muscles were gray and couldn't even contract. That's because during a compartment syndrome, there is swelling and pressure, essentially cutting off all circulation to the lower portion of the leg and damaging nerves. 3/4 of the time, acute compartment syndrome is caused by a broken arm or leg. If the problem isn't treated immediately with a fasciotomy, literally cutting the leg open and allowing the pressure to escape, the affected muscles and surrounding nerves can die and potentially lead to severe infection, surgical amputation, and even death. Because of the delay in diagnosing and treating his compartment syndrome, he had to undergo more than 20 surgeries and was left with permanent disabling damage to his leg. He sued the hospital for failing to provide proper treatment and informing him about the risks of being discharged. A jury awarded him a sum of $111 million, but a judge later reduced that to $10 million. He ultimately agreed to a settlement. Did you hear about the man with the most valuable blood on Earth? Click here to check that out, and as always, stay happy and healthy.
Where the task is. Keep shifters.
What's going on, guys? Today I'm going to show you the best method to fully AFK crystal shapeshifters in the player-owned dungeon. This method gets upwards of 750 kills per hour on the Penance Aura, or maybe even up to 800. Moving on to the preset for this method, the preset is fairly straightforward. You can see, starting off with the relics, we just have the Fury of the small relic. This is really the only relic that you actually need. If you find yourself struggling with damage, you can put on Death Ward as well, but I found you don't need that. Conservation of energy is also somewhat helpful as well if you can get access to that, and that's only if you are using the Death Skulls in your action bar. If you're not using conservation of energy, you can definitely just take Death Skulls off your bar. It probably won't really ever cast anyway if you don't have that, but if you do have conservation of energy, definitely keep in mind that Death Skulls can cast and the extra AoE damage is pretty nice. For the familiar, I just use a Blood Reaver to spam out a little bit of extra poison damage. This one is really nice because it attacks with like typeless damage, and it just spams out poison damage. So no matter what style the Crystal Shapeshifter is in currently, it'll be taking full damage from your familiar. For the gear is pretty straightforward, but there are a few important items to note. The first one is going to be the Ring of Death. In any situation where you're using the Scythe ability, I find the Ring of Death to be incredibly strong because you want to be getting that extra adrenaline from the Ring of Death effect, and that will help you spam out more scythes, potentially get you to Death Skulls, and it can just help improve your kills per hour by quite a bit. So definitely be using that if you have it. For the gloves, the Cinderbanes are obviously the best here. These things can be poisoned, so Cinderbanes will help you spam out even more poison damage. For the armor, I would highly suggest using the first Necromancer robes. You shouldn't need these by any means. You can also use, Death Warden or Death Dealer probably even. But if you have access to the 4 pieces of the first Necromancer set, I would highly suggest using it just so you're saving yourself a bunch of ectoplasm per hour. It's really good to be using that if you can get it. For the weapons, tier 90s will be fine here. Tier 95s are by no means necessary. And for the amulet, I would highly suggest using a Amulet of Souls. This gives you a bunch of extra healing capability, which pretty much seems necessary to keep yourself alive. You obviously could be using an EOF, but that just costs so much to use, it's not really worth it. For the cape, you could really use any cape you want. We're not really using Death Skulls, so the cape effect is pretty much moot. And for the God Book, I like to use the Book of Wen for the extra AoE damage and poison spam. And then obviously I like to use Penance Auras for AFKing just so we're not wasting Powder of Penance because those are pretty expensive to use. So I would highly suggest just using the Penance Aura. If you're not going to be using the Penance Aura, I think the Majorat Aura is probably the best. I tried the Equilibrium Aura and it didn't really seem to be that much better. I think it gave me like 10 more kills per hour, so it's not really that great. But I think if you're using Majorat, it would probably be pretty strong. And then the inventory is extremely basic. We just have a Spring Cleaner, we have the Excalibur and Shard just in case, the Teleport Book, some Incense Sticks. What I have here is Lantadyme and Quirm to be getting the most out of our overloads and boosting our poison damage. And then we just have, our overloads with potion reservoirs and some weapon poisons. And yeah, that's pretty much it in the inventory. Very, very basic inventory. So moving on to the perks, you can see we are now in game. The perks that I was using are going to be Crackling, Relentless, and then Biting 4. One thing to note about this is the Relentless perk seems to be very, very good for this method if you're going to be using Death Skulls in your bar. So if you are going to be doing that, definitely be trying to get Crackling Relentless, because a Relentless proc can help you get a free Death Skull cast, which can improve your kills per hour by quite a bit. And then kind of on the same note, we are using Impatient 4 as well, kind of for that same reason. Impatient 4 should help you get more Scythe casts, and it can occasionally get you up to that Death Skulls, like I was saying. Collect all 5 of your souls, just put them in the small room, and starting this up is fairly straightforward. All you do is turn on your prayers, overload, weapon poison, summon your familiar if you want to, turn on your book, your aura, and all you do before you enter in is use the anticipation ability, and then you enter the doorway here, and then you walk over here right behind the shadow on the floor, and you pretty much just AoE them down from here. The action bar you can see on screen here is using Scythe AoE. I find that the Scythe AoE bar is significantly faster than something like a Death Skull AoE bar, so make sure you're using the Scythe ability here. You can see we do also have the Death Skull's ability in here. If you have, you know, some really good perks, a Ring of Death and stuff like that, to be collecting a bunch of adrenaline, you can get a few additional Death Skulls. And we just had the slowest spawn rotation of all time right there. It's crazy. But yeah, you can occasionally get a few Death Skulls to cast, but for the most part, you don't really cast it all that often. And most of your AoE damage is pretty much just the Scythe ability. I find that this bar gets you upwards of about 750 kills per hour on Penance, or about 800 if you're using something like the Powder of Penance and like a Majorat aura or something like that. But I would highly suggest just using the Penance aura. I find it to be much better. So if you're killing 750 shapeshifters per hour, that comes out to about 20 mil an hour in profit according to the wiki. I'm not entirely sure how accurate that truly is.
Try this out. Toggle first. Oh. No. Paper. Whoops. What? Features. Dang. What's up? I'm gonna take a quick break. Do a farm run. Run going here.
So apparently if you're president, you can just shut down entire congressionally created departments simply because you don't like them. It's super weird though, because no prior president has tried to do that. I guess every other prior president was just a complete idiot and moron. Yes, as you may have heard, President Trump and President Musk have putatively fed the US Agency for International Development, USAID, into the wood chipper. On February 4th, the Trump administration announced that it was withdrawing nearly all USAID personnel from their posts worldwide. The administration informed employees that the agency had been disbanded. Overseas employees must return home within 30 days, and the USAID website has gone dark. What kind of programs are affected by the shutdown? Well, emergency medical care for displaced Palestinians and Yemenis fleeing war, heat and electricity for Ukrainian refugees, and HIV treatment and Mpox surveillance in Africa. Or as President Trump said, USAID has, quote, been run by a bunch of radical lunatics and we're getting them out. And as ProPublica reported, USAID employees are not going down without a fight. Quote, on Friday morning, the staffers at half a dozen US-funded medical facilities in Sudan who care for severely malnourished children had a choice to make: defy President Donald Trump's order to immediately stop their operations or let up to 100 babies and toddlers die. They chose the children. In spite of the order, they will keep their facilities open for as long as they can. Now, after quite a bit of pushback, Trump said he was merely delegating authority to Marco Rubio and Elon Musk. But is it legal for any of these people to shut down USAID? Well, it is certainly against the law for Trump to eliminate USAID via an executive order. President John F. Kennedy started the agency by executive order in 1961, but Congress established it as an independent agency in 1998 by enacting the Foreign Affairs Reform and Restructuring Act. It states, quote, unless abolished pursuant to the reorganization plan submitted under Section 6601 of this title, and except as provided in Section 6562 of this title, there is within the executive branch of government the United States Agency for International Development as an entity described in Section 104 of Title V. USAID grew out of the success of the Marshall Plan. We saw the benefit that goodwill through soft power can create. USAID was an attempt to systematize foreign aid. And after 9/11, there was a push to beef up USAID in the 2000s, led largely by George W. Bush in order to facilitate goodwill in the Middle East and Africa. But it seems it's always been a political punching bag. For one reason, Americans vastly overestimate how much the budget is spent on foreign aid. USAID's budget is about $40 billion out of almost $7 trillion, so roughly 0.5% of the budget. But also, while USAID engages in unquestionably humanitarian aid, the left has in the past criticized it for allegedly being a projection of American hegemony, a so-called iron fist inside a velvet glove, doing nice things abroad solely to advance our own agenda. But it's fraught because a thing can be two things at once. Now, Congress uses special words when it establishes an agency within the executive branch. Those words are, there is within the executive branch of government, in this case, USAID. Since Congress created the executive agency by law, any attempt to dissolve or restructure USAID requires congressional approval, and only an act of Congress can eliminate that agency. But President Trump issued 2 executive orders purporting to realign the concept of American foreign aid. The orders target foreign aid that Trump believes are in conflict with his America First agenda. Trump's order, quote, implementing the president's executive order on reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid, states that Secretary of State Marco Rubio, quote, has paused all U.S. foreign assistance funded by or through the State Department and U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, for review. Rubio apparently will shrink USAID from 14,000 people to 294, with just 12 employees in Africa. And Trump's executive orders purport to authorize the Secretary of State to disrupt foreign aid. Now, the State Department has traditionally collaborated closely with USAID. The 1998 Act outlined the scope of that relationship, transferring some of USAID's functions to the State Department, but the Act did not merge them. Section 6601 gave then-President Bill Clinton a limited window to reorganize the two agencies. He had the right to submit a report to Congress recommending that the State Department absorb USAID, but President Clinton chose to keep the two agencies independent. He had until October 1st, 1999 to make other changes, but he declined. So on paper, Donald Trump lacks the authority to transfer USAID to the State Department. However, Secretary of State Marco Rubio claims to have the power to absorb USAID. Rubio was once a strong proponent of the agency, saying, quote, it is less than 1% of the budget and is critical to our security. Here he is explaining how America uses foreign aid to save lives.
It will not be easy to radicalize people who are alive because the American taxpayers saved their lives and the lives of their children.
But that was 2017. Rubio has now turned on the USAID employees, accusing them of, quote, deliberately sabotaging the agency. Rubio said that the Trump administration will give certain overseas programs waivers to allow them to keep operating, but as of now, food shipments are paused. Rubio appointed Pete Morocco to lead USAID. Morocco was reportedly one of the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th, and he placed almost all agency employees on administrative leave. Rubio said the State Department will figure out a plan to bring the employees home within 30 days. So can the Trump administration fire the USAID employees? Well, the answer is probably yes. It is much easier to fire employees than it is to get rid of an entire department, but two labor organizations, the American Foreign Service Association and the American Federation of Government Employees, got the first restraining order enjoining Trump and Rubio from taking further actions on USAID. Overseas employees said that Rubio's orders placed them in physical danger because they were supposed to return to the US within 30 days. The groups alleged that the Trump administration violated the 2024 Appropriations Act, which prevents the Department of State from reorganizing USAID without Congress. The act defines reorganization to include downsizing, elimination, or consolidation of USAID. Now, we've talked about TROs a lot on this channel recently. I can't imagine why, but you might recall that generally a TRO is an emergency motion to preserve the status quo so the court can get a handle on what's going on. After the court decides the TRO issue, either granting the TRO or denying it, then generally the court will decide the preliminary injunction, which is generally a slightly less emergency motion that preserves the status quo pending the litigation on the merits, which can take a long time. And then once there's a final decision on the merits, there might be a permanent injunction. Now here, the temporary TRO forced Secretary Rubio and Pete Morocco to come up with a plan to take care of these employees. And after hearings and supplemental submissions from Rubio and Morocco, the judge lifted the restraining order. Morocco attested that, quote, all overseas employees placed on administrative leave will continue to be protected through standard residential, personal, and physical security programs in place at their mission posts. The government will continue to give overseas employees two-way radio communications in the event of an emergency. The State Department also said that, quote, no USAID employee stationed abroad has been or imminently will be required to return to the United States within 30 days. The plaintiffs expressed concern about potentially having to cover evacuation and relocation costs with no guarantee of reimbursement, and while the judge acknowledged this possibility, he emphasized that financial harm alone wasn't enough to warrant injunctive relief, which requires irreparable harm. Secretary Rubio waived the freeze on USAID employees' living and operating expenses, and Judge Nichols determined that these actions were enough to address the financial concerns. He found that financial hardships alone do not constitute irreparable harm. Federal government employees who challenge adverse employment actions have to follow the administrative processes laid out in the Federal Service Labor Management Relations Statute and Civil Service Reform Act. These laws require employees to go through the Merit Systems Protection Board before pursuing judicial review. For foreign service officers, the Foreign Service Act governs disputes through bodies like the Foreign Service Grievance Board, and courts generally uphold the exclusivity of these remedies. Therefore, Judge Nichols found that the federal workers were unlikely to succeed on the merits of their claim because they have to go through this administrative process. But the practical impact of the ruling was that the Trump administration was able to lay off at least 2,000 USAID workers, and the individual employees will have to challenge their terminations in administrative proceedings. Now, obviously, if you're going to eliminate entire congressionally created agencies, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if your data was leaked by Doge or anyone else, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, maybe you got laid off by the federal government recently, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. It's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Now, Judge Nichols did not stop the funding freeze, but Judge Amir Ali of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia did. Judge Ali enjoined the administration from, quote, suspending, pausing, or otherwise preventing the obligation or disbursement of appropriated foreign assistance funds in connection with any contracts, grants, cooperative agreements, loans, or other foreign assistance award that was in existence as of January 19, 2025. The judge made his determination after Public Citizen and the American Bar Association filed 2 lawsuits. The AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition and the Journalism Development Network received federal grants from USAID to support their work. Congress approved their funding in the Further Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024, but Rubio issued a stop work order that essentially prevented them from doing their work. They alleged that Trump usurped Congress and violated the Take Care Clause, and they argued that Rubio's stop work orders are arbitrary and capricious in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act, the Anti-Deficiency Act, and the Impoundment Control Act, which we've talked about a lot recently. And the American Bar Association filed a lawsuit on behalf of Global Health Group and several other nonprofits and for-profit groups, alleging that the funding freeze impacted their operations. Plaintiffs also contend that the government owes them money for services they already provided. For example, Democracy International says that the government owes it about $120 million, and Chemonics has an unpaid bill for $103.6 million. And as we've talked about, in most cases, it is illegal for the president and the secretary to unilaterally withhold congressionally appropriated funds. But things are heating up because late Tuesday night, the government said it will continue to impound funds, but said they were only freezing contracts when the agency had specific statutory authority to do so. The government insisted it is reviewing every contract and that substantially all the terminations were permitted under the terms of the contracts. So that ruling temporarily gave Trump the green light to lay off the workers. But what about the funding freeze? Well, Judge Amir Ali of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia ruled that both the AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition and the Journalism Development Network are eligible to receive federal grants from USAID to support their initiatives. Although Congress authorized their funding through the Further Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2024, Senator Rubio's stop work orders brought their operations to a halt. So Judge Ali enjoined the administration from, quote, suspending, pausing, or otherwise preventing the obligation or disbursement of appropriated foreign assistance funds in connection with any contracts, grants, cooperative agreements, loans, or other federal foreign assistance award that was in existence as of January 19, 2025. But the government didn't lift the funding freeze. Why? Because the TRO enjoined the suspension of aid, but allowed the government to enforce terms of particular contracts, including terminations and modifications allowed under the contracts. And the government took advantage of this allowance, pausing thousands of grants, contracts, and cooperative agreements while the State Department reviewed them. The administration says, quote, at least substantially all of USAID's actions and a large share of the State Department's actions to terminate or suspend foreign aid contracts and grants could have been allowed by the terms of those instruments or terms implicitly incorporated into those instruments. Implicitly incorporated doing a whole lot of work there. So the plaintiffs asked the court to enforce the order and find the government defendants in contempt. And on February 20th, the court granted plaintiffs' motion for enforcement of the court's TRO. Judge Ali agreed that the government could review contracts, quote, however, the court's TRO does not permit defendants to simply continue their blanket suspension of congressionally appropriated foreign aid pending a review of the agreements for whether they should be continued or terminated. That is the very action that the court temporarily enjoined because plaintiffs had shown that blanket suspension pending review would cause irreparable harm and was likely arbitrary and capricious under the APA for failing to consider the massive reliance interests. The court was not inviting defendants to continue their suspension while they reviewed contracts and legal authorities to come up with a new post hoc rationalization for the en masse suspension. But the court declined to find the administration in contempt because the government recognized that, quote, prompt compliance with the order is required. Judge Ali left the door open to find them in contempt if they do not release congressionally appropriated funds. So now we're waiting to find out if the defendants really do respect Judge Ali's orders. And I really hope they follow the court's orders. If so, the blanket freeze should be reversed right away. If the defendants defy the judge, then we'll have a bigger problem. And as of right now, it's not clear whether the government is in full compliance with these orders or not. Courts have the authority to enforce the ruling through contempt proceedings, which may result in fines, sanctions, or even imprisonment for officials responsible for defying orders. And I fully expect that the plaintiffs in all these cases will continue to seek further legal remedies. And as with all of these current issues, President Trump could always ask Congress to pass a law authorizing the reorganization of USAID. He doesn't have to do this by executive order, but it's entirely possible that the administration wants this fight. In extreme cases, prolonged defiance could trigger a constitutional crisis if we're not already in one, where the judiciary and executive branches clash over authority. But the 1998 Act does not give the Secretary of State authority to fire employees or put them on leave. But what about Elon Musk and Doge? Well, foreign aid is part of how America wields soft power in the world. Soft power is a country's ability to influence others through persuasion and culture rather than military force or economic pressure. For example, a memorandum from USAID said in Ukraine, quote, USAID also worked to offset the costs to the global food supply caused by Russia's attacks on Ukraine farmers and grain producers. Other investments include sovereign loan guarantees, allowing Ukraine to access $20 billion in immobilized Russian sovereign assets, essentially helping Ukraine's economy continue to grow despite the war. And when Elon Musk bragged that he, quote, spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper, Russian President Dmitry Medvedev responded that he was thrilled that Musk halted the agency's work. That kind of tells you all you need to know. And the New York Times reported that foreign strongmen cheer as Musk dismantles US aid agency. And you can see why countries hostile to the United States like Russia want to end USAID. Though Elon Musk may have had other motives for targeting USAID. The USAID's Inspector General was investigating Musk's partnership between his Starlink company and the Ukrainian government. Ukrainian soldiers accused Musk of illegally selling Starlink terminals to Russia, allowing the military to make significant gains in its drone war. And after USAID announced its investigation, Musk said the agency was criminal and evil. Now, the 1998 Act does not give the Secretary of State authority to fire employees or put them on leave. But what about Elon Musk and Doge? Now, Elon Musk has already made several false claims about USAID. He falsely claimed that the US government allocated $50 million for condoms to be sent to Gaza. However, Musk confused the Gaza Strip with a province in Mozambique that received contraceptives from USAID. And why would America send condoms to Mozambique? Well, to save lives and stop the spread of disease. Mozambique has one of the highest HIV infection rates in the world, with an estimated 12% of adults living with HIV. And condom distribution is a key strategy in reducing the spread of HIV and other STDs. And without USAID, more people will be infected, or other countries like China will step in to fill the gap and receive the goodwill. Confronted with the falsehood, Musk admitted he got this wrong, saying,
"Some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected."
He contended that the agency gave millions of dollars to media outlets like Politico and the Associated Press. In reality, USAID's expenditures were standard subscriptions totaling about $44,000 for Politico. The exaggerated figures that Musk cited represented combined subscription costs across the entire federal government. And it's worth pointing out that Politico is a news organization, but it's also a policy tracker and database used by lots of policy wonks. Musk also suggested that USAID finance research by EcoHealth Alliance, a group that conspiracy theorists think is connected to the creation of the COVID-19 virus. And EcoHealth Alliance is a global nonprofit that conducts research into diseases and viruses, and it has received funding from USAID's PREDICT program, which aimed to identify and monitor pathogens with pandemic potential. EcoHealth partnered with the Wuhan Institute of Virology to study bat coronaviruses and assess their potential risk to humans, and there is no evidence that EcoHealth purposefully engineered a COVID-19 virus or that it leaked from any of its labs. However, in 2020, the Trump administration terminated a grant from the National Institute of Health because of a dispute with China, and the grant was reinstated after the DHS Inspector General found that Trump did not give the group proper notice. Now, in 2024, the Biden administration suspended funding to EcoHealth over concerns that it failed to, quote, promptly report findings from studies on how well bat coronaviruses grow in mice. And if you're interested in reading the findings about EcoHealth, the Inspector General's 64-page report is still available online, though it appears that Elon Musk has now sacked the Inspector General. So does Musk really have the power to freeze funds, bar employees from buildings, and stop Congress from entering government buildings? Well, technically, no. Morocco placed the employees on open-ended administrative leave, which seems like an admission that he does not have explicit authority to fire them. And if Morocco lacks the authority to fire them, then Musk should not have that power either. But CNN reported that according to emails reviewed by the network, Musk associates sought to use the Department of Treasury payment program to stop the flow of money to USAID. Quote, 4 days after Donald Trump's inauguration, Elon Musk's top lieutenants at the Treasury Department asked its acting secretary, a career civil servant, to immediately shut off all USAID payments using the department's own ultra-sensitive payment processing system. The ask was so out of line with how the Treasury normally operates, it prompted a skeptical reply from David Lebrick, then serving as the active Treasury Secretary, who said he did not believe, quote, we have the legal authority to stop an authorized payment certified by an agency, according to a source familiar with the exchange. That's apparently when Tom Krause, a former tech employee who is now a special government employee at Treasury, told Lebrick that he was on thin ice, and Lebrick resigned. Although Doge said that Krause demanded read-only access, emails showed that Krause and his Doge associates sought sweeping powers that would have allowed them to stop any payment that was not in line with the president's objectives. And an aide to Treasury Secretary Besant wrote via email that Krause and Doge should be given the ability to hold payments. Now, all this is plainly illegal. As we recently explained, withholding funding violates the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which requires congressional approval to block discretionary spending. On February 6th, a federal judge approved temporary restrictions on Doge's ability to share sensitive Treasury Department data outside of the agency, but that case did not deal with USAID directly. But during a hearing, Krause reiterated that he only had read-only access over payment systems. Now, President Trump could ask Congress to pass a bill dissolving USAID, but so far he's chosen to bypass Congress entirely. And since the president controls the executive, without meaningful oversight by Congress, Musk will continue to run amok. And Democratic members of Congress tried to subpoena Musk to appear before the Oversight Committee to explain his actions, but their motion failed when not a single Republican voted for it. Republican Senator Susan Collins confirmed that locking up the USAID building and terminating programs created and funded by Congress, quote, is exceeding the president's constitutional authority. However, Collins said that she would still vote to confirm Russ Vought to lead the Office of Management and Budget. Vought believes that the president has almost total control to withhold congressional funds and has advocated against foreign aid. But Senator Collins said he's qualified for his position, so she will vote yes. Senator Collins also said, quote, if there are impoundments, I believe it will end up in court, and my hope is the court will rule in favor of the 1974 Impoundment and Budget Control Act. So to recap, a senator believes the president is violating the Constitution, but does not want to exercise her constitutional authority to stop him, and she's hoping that someone else will do her job for her. Now, hoping the courts will intervene is a risky play because the Trump administration could ignore court orders, not legally, of course, but there's not much that would stop them. This is one of the many reasons why we're facing a constitutional crisis. Now, it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering all of this. When the story broke that Trump and Musk were targeting USAID, over 505 news sources covered it. But then when plaintiffs lost in court and the White House proceeded to fire 2,000 USAID workers and place thousands more on leave, effectively dooming it, less than half of those 505 news sources reporting it. And less than 20% of the sources reporting came from the right, where headlines use language like USAID removes 1,600 employees or Trump slashes 2,000 jobs, suggesting that his efforts are part of an everyday corporate downsizing and not mentioning whether it was legal or not. And then in the center and left, which accounted for 50% and 30% respectively, headlines were significantly more likely to use the harsher words like fire, highlighting the punitive nature of Trump's actions. And that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can, which I do with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, and objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get a discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the source's reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And one of my favorite parts is their bias comparison feature, which highlights specific differences in reporting across the political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when you're reading stories from sources you've never heard of, and there's no telling who owns it or what agenda they might have. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are unreported by either side of the political spectrum. Like the story of the plaintiffs that we're covering in this video asking the federal courts to hold the Trump administration in contempt for brazenly defying court orders. And this story was only covered by one right-leaning source. And this type of analysis helps explain why we often talk past each other and why some people seem hyper-focused on what seems like nonsense or fake news. But that's why Ground News is my favorite way to get the news. And as a legal eaglet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. This subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and Blind Spot feed. And by subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent. So click on the link to get a discount today. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Runners. Go to Lumby. Regular habitat in Lumby. One, three. First those fours. pavement shade. Light cheese. Buckets. resources. another break. Corrupted creatures. Just devils. Let's go. Go farming. here. Right.
It could.
we want him. We don't want to lose him. It's just that the price is too steep. We're not willing to pay that. I get that. Figure it out.
Okay.
Tuesday, Green Bay Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst confirmed that his team made a proposal to ban the tush push.
Shifting tiers. 1 and 4. $259. Dark. Oh, it's dead. Whoops.
Have you played Headliners before, by the way?
Yes.
Is it good?
Have you?
No.
It's fun. I think you'll like it.
Really?
Yeah.
You played
I think you'll like it.
You ever played COD Zombies? You ever play those games back in the day?
Yeah.
You did?
I was bad at them.
Which one did you play? Like which COD did you mainly play? Which map do you remember?
I remember one that was like, it was weird. It was like, I want to say it was like wintry. You know what
Hall
I'm
of the
talking
Dead?
about?
Did it have the director, the horror director who ran around?
Yeah, there was like a guy running around.
Yeah, the George, George, is that what he's called? What's the horror director called? The famous horror director? Romero.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's Black Ops 2? Chat?
Is
I
it?
can't remember. Yeah, because today we filmed like a Patreon thing for Trash Taste where we played COD Zombies, and Garn and Joey had never played Zombies before. I was like, how have you never played Zombies?
Never? Man, even I played it.
Yeah, right? I felt like everyone played it.
And I
Everyone
don't play
played it like
those type of
once.
games. Yeah, I played it like once or twice. I don't know. It felt really hard.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. Pretty hard.
It was like really hard for me, and it would stress me out like a lot.
Wait, why? It's fun. It's chill.
I think I was in a point in my life where I was very stressed out, so I don't think I had that much
Even
fun.
the zombie stress was too much.
Yeah, even the zombie stress was too much.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I've been in a high stress situation most of my life.
Right. So you can't handle any more stress, or you don't want any more stress?
Well, games don't, like, I feel like I'm much better now. Wait, Kuro, what? What Kuro?
I just saw Kuro in our chat. My chat or your chat, I don't know who. We're shared.
Kuro.
You didn't do COD campaigns, nothing else? Is that odd? No, I don't think so. Do you remember when COD Zombies? My first COD was on the Wii, chat. That's when I played COD. I played World at War on the Wii.
Holy shit.
That... And then I tried to play it like... 5 years later on, like, going back to my Wii and seeing if it was as bad as I, like... So I used to play it for hours, like days. And then I went back and I was like, how the f*** did I aim with this thing? With the f***ing Wii remote. I was playing an FPS with the fucking Wii remote.
What the f***?
Yeah.
How the f*** did you do that?
I don't know. What's your Black Ops 6? There's 6 Black Ops? Now I know you're kidding. There's not that many Black Ops. No way.
Maybe. We're going. Let's get another Slayer assignment. Big elves. Creatures lost grove. Please. Please. Back. Oof. 3D there.
prayer, then come back.
Let's go. next task is. Shifters. Let's go farming.
having me.
No?
Hey, so we're in Yoyogi Uehara today, which is right near Shibuya. It's cold as hell. It's like the middle of February. Luke, who's holding the camera for some reason, is wearing a t-shirt. I don't know why you're doing that, but we're here and I figured, you know what, what's the perfect food to eat on a really, really cold day like today? I think the most natural answer to that is ramen. I had a friend of mine actually who recommended me this place right here. It's called Tsuta. What's interesting about this place is this is one of the very few Michelin star ramen stores in Tokyo. I've never had Michelin star ramen before. I couldn't even begin to imagine what it's about. I guess the question of today's video is, what does Michelin star ramen in Japan actually taste like? Let's find out. Welcome to the wonderful world of Michelin star ramen. Alright, well, we're here. We're the only people here, which is making me nervous for some reason. Am I, like, appropriately dressed to, like, oh, never mind, there's someone else here. Cool, thank God. So we're given a pamphlet right here, which I guess explains the whole thing that makes stuff unique. Oh, and it's in English, too. Awesome. So it's a harmony of audacious creativity and traditional expertise. Innovative cuisine becomes more attractive with tableware that coordinates beauty and functionality. God damn, I ain't fucking around with this. From what I'm seeing here, there are only 3 things on the menu, which is already a good sign for a ramen restaurant. If you go to a ramen restaurant that has like 50 freaking items on the menu, that's usually a red flag, because that just means they're like going for the jack of all trades route. If you go to a ramen restaurant that has maybe like 10 or less items, And you know they've like really honed in on this shit. This one only has 3. There's a supreme plate, a shield soba or salt soba, and there's shoyu soba. So soy sauce soba. So the supreme plate is an hors d'oeuvre plate to further delight the ramen of stone. The variety of components that appeal to the senses offers numerous possibilities, making it impossible to discover all the combinations in a single meal. I'm really hyping this shit up. A5 Wagyu Sukiyaki, homemade mushroom sauce, prosciutto-styled kurobuta pork loin, flavored egg with truffle essence. Oh my god, it's so fancy. The 2 types of soba here, the shield soba, the salt soba, or the shoyu soba. The shield soba says, our shield soba is a delicate art of Japanese and Western gems. We enhance the umami, that's the key word right there, boys, umami. They got the word. We enhance the umami with 5 kinds of salt and dry ingredients strategically chosen to synergize the broth. I love a good broth synergy. The accompanying sauces are highly compatible with the core flavor paste of our shield ramen. And then the shoyu soba, he says, this ramen is a testament to the harmonious marriage of Japanese and Western culinary influences, expertly curated within a single bowl. Each element in this dish embodies the fusion of diverse cuisines, the 4 seasons of Japanese culinary tradition, the delicate textures of Chinese cuisine, the flavorful accents of Italian cooking, and the layered complexity of French gastronomy. Whoa. I feel like, I mean, we have to get the supreme plate, obviously. And between shio and shoyu soba, I reckon I'm gonna go with the shoyu soba. Between shio and shoyu, I usually go for shoyu. Just cause like, I prefer, not to say that shio doesn't have like flavor, but shoyu just has a better flavor for me. Also, I was sold on the fact that there are 4 different culinary fusions in the shoyu soba. Mr. Worldwide in this single bowl. All right, well, I guess then we should order. How do you order at a Michelin star? 注文いいですか？じゃあ、シュプリームプレート1つと、じゃあ僕は醤油そばでお願いします。I've never been to a Michelin place in Japan, which is weird to say because apparently Japan has the most amount of Michelin restaurants in the world. I've been to a 2-star Michelin restaurant in London. Ooh. I went to the, what the hell was his name? Heston Blumenthal restaurant in London. Shit was so expensive. I'm not usually like a Michelin place, but I am curious to see what a Michelin ramen is like, right? Because it's interesting because like I feel ramen is such like a street food. So like what happens if you take a street food and then turn it into Michelin? So the ramen as well, apparently, as you can see here, the ramen as well has a bunch of like, I guess, flavor profiles like kind of all around it. And it says, how to enhance your experience, start from the 6 o'clock part of the bowl, so the bottom here, mix the sauce with the soup accordingly and enjoy the overlapping textures of the flavors. By the time you finish the soup, the figs will greet you like a dessert to conclude your journey. You know it's real shit when there's like a 6-step process to this shit. So there's fig compote, this is how uncultured I am, I can't even pronounce half this shit. Morellus mushroom and porcini cream sauce. There's balsamic and truffle cream. There's Iberian bejota belly, bejota, pickled bamboo shoots, only the tender tips. That's what it says. It says only the tender tips. There is famous Kyoto kujo leek, kujo negi, which is also very nice. And then in parentheses, directly from the contract farmer. Oh. Yeah, we're going straight to the fucking, no middleman, we're going straight to the fucking source for this. There's kurobuta pork loin and A5 Japanese black beef, kuroge wagyu. Alright. Oh, and alright, boys. This is what a Michelin star ramen looks like. It does look really freaking nice though, to be fair. That is a really aesthetic bowl of ramen. I don't know how to eat this. So they said that with the supreme plate, you can eat it as is, or you can include it in the ramen. But here's the thing, right? The ramen already has so many steps that I don't know whether to just like go for it or whatever, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do what I do at any ramen store, which is taste the broth first. Because the broth is the most important part. Am I eating this in the correct direction? Yeah, it's the correct direction. Yep. Yeah. No, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna go in. Let's try this broth. Ooh. It's a lot lighter than I thought it was going to be, actually. Okay. Okay. Aerate. Alright, aerate it, warm it up. That's a 10. Let's try this out then, shall we? Oh, should we get a thumbnail shot? Cool. Alright, here we go. Let's try this out. It's pretty fucking good. Wow, I got truffle immediately. I think because this is the truffle party, the truffle oil. I think I picked up a little bit of that when I picked up the negi. The noodles are really nice. You know what? We should add some of this into it. I'm gonna try this egg actually. The egg is my favorite part of any ramen. Ooh, look at that. Let's do it like NHK. Just shake the shit out of it. Like the perfect amount of creaminess. Let's get a second opinion, Luke. You can have some of this. No, give me a power. Yeah, plain. Yeah, bread. Yeah.
I'll show you, which is usually more of like a shale thing, I guess. The truffle. It's not like too oily, but you still get that.
Oh my god, that's huge. Yeah, that's only the tender tip. Give me the rest. All right, let's have this bamboo shoot, which a lot of people don't like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I like it as well. This is huge though. Oh my god, it's pretty fucking tender. Yeah. Let's have this char siu as well. Look at that. Oh, so this is the sukiyaki, I think. Yeah, this is the fig compote with sukiyaki. I think. No, this might be the balsamic and truffle cream, actually.
Let's try. It looked figgy. Honestly.
It's fig.
Sweet?
Oh, dude, that's so fucking good. Oh my god. Let's try and add some of the Supreme Plate stuff to the ramen to change the flavor profile. Yeah, let's try to customize it. So the sauce here is the refreshing spicy Stutsko chili pepper sauce. Ooh. Okay. Next to that is the aromatic homemade salt cured pepper. Next to that is deep rich brown sugar crumble. Ooh. I never heard of putting sugar in ramen. That might be interesting actually. We also have some black truffle sabion sauce and homemade raspberry sauce. Yeah, this is the raspberry sauce right here. I gotta try the raspberry sauce. Hang on. Let's try the raspberry sauce. Let's put the raspberry sauce in there. Yeah.
Let's put out like a sauce to it. Yeah.
It does add like a sourness to it. All right, hold on. I want to get the A5 Sukiyaki Wagyu. Ooh. Bruh. Look at that. That's so crazy. Oh my god. I'm having this. There it goes. Oh. What? Yeah, but you know it's good when the Japanese just comes out. So much happy.
The new crystal shapeshifters.
Errands real quick.
Shapeshifters.
Whoops.
Wait, what we got here? Big dinos. Sounds. Ooh. go charge up, I guess. Let's go, Soul Talisman. Woo. Yeah. Oh yeah. Here. Reports real quick. We need some work.